This is a fucking blacksmith if I've ever seen one. But you're talking about armorer, a leather worker, armorer, leather worker. Fucking stupid. Did they change the way blacksmiths look? Like, am I just retarded? Or have I really gone to 4 different villages and not a single one has had a blacksmith? Oh my god. I found one. I found two. Wait, neither of them were in a village. Three. Brother. I'm at like a little fucking camp thing where barbarians are spawning. Wait, this is funny. When you kill them, they just shout, "I'll be back." Where are you at? Wait, where the fuck are you?
I'm on the roof.
Oh, that's why I was tweaking. What are you doing up here?
I was trying to set up my stream.
Set up your stream.
Mm-hmm.
Like Twitch?
Mm-hmm. And I'm trying out multi-streaming.
Buddy, do you mind?
No.
It's only okay when I do it. Oh, it still needs coal. Got it. That's fine. No. Yippee!
Talkies? Jibba left the Talkies in office, so I stole them.
Oh,
Since she didn't show up in the office.
no,
Love you.
me too. Dude, these Minotaurs drop too much XP.
Do they? We should
Yeah,
use them instead of fucking zombies
where
in the
other
XP
farm?
one.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I was level 3,000, and like the times that I've killed it, I've gone up 5 levels at level 3,000
Damn.
in the few like little batches I spawn. Okay.
Did you make it night?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I need to cut mods, but it appears that like the spawners aren't working for what I need. If that makes sense. But nothing's spawning. I can do it in the nether.
I think we're doing tea grandpa tomorrow for sure.
Who?
Alpha. So,
Yeah, that's fine.
thank you.
Mm-hmm. That's your dog, though, right?
Nope.
Really? Whose
Mm-mm.
dog is that? It sounds like it's inside your house.
No, it's our neighbors. I'm surprised the mic is picking that up.
There is a way. Okay, that's cool.
Hmm?
We can do something about the wandering traders ish.
What's that?
There's something called a wandering trader carpet. That means whenever they spawn, they will spawn on the carpet instead of in our face.
Does it like lock him in place?
I hope so. I don't know. I was just looking through the quest book. Well, because I'm working through Forbidden and Arcanus. I know you want to see my Arcanus, you homo. Say yes, bitch. You better say yes.
We only have 11 gobble deep slate.
Okay. And
We had like fucking 500k at one point, didn't we? What happened?
yeah, so craft more, dumb dick. It's on an auto craft. There's 12,000. What do you need it for?
I'm finishing the details in the build.
Okay. You need regular deep slate, don't you?
No. Well,
How
to
come?
do like the splotchiness, yeah.
What do you
But
mean
there's
by
some
deep
spots that I missed when like building the pillar.
slate? Oh, okay.
How do you autocraft without having to pull everything out, by the way?
Middle mouse click.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I had to unbind my fucking auto clicker from my middle mouse click so that it would work. I was so confused because I couldn't figure it out either, and it was pissing me off. What the fuck is this soulless in?
How did I miss that? Hello?
Miss what? Just like an item? Or not an item, but...
No, like an entire row of shit.
Oh. Needlewood bucket. Ever wanted a better bucket? Well, you can with Needlewood.
Am I tripping? What on earth happened with this pillar? There we go. Right? Yeah. Yeah, that's better. Okay, anyways. I think. Yeah.
Which farm were we feeding XP? Oh, this one. Into the system. I don't know why we have so little XP. I thought we had an ass load. Like in the system.
Do we not?
No, we only have 2 buckets.
The fuck?
Like, I'm not tripping, right? We did have an ass load.
I thought we did.
I could have sworn we did.
I mean, we can use the mega spawner to import the XP2.
This doesn't look like it's importing. Yeah, I want to try that. Can we? There's no way, right? What?
People with me
Where?
to pay for.
Do you want me to? You really? Why? When? Yeah. When? Okay. Yeah, just give me 1 second. Taylor, thoughts on instead of using the mega farm, using this like lower scale one?
To store the XP?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind because I think I'm done with XP.
I think so as well, but
I mean, worst case, we can always just switch it back or just like fuck the
Well, this
loot on
one
this
already
one. Like
has-
we can swap swords on this one if we need XP.
That's true. And this one already has the setup for the wireless connector. Because essentially, does this keep the XP in it?
It should.
So essentially, all it would be is this. Is that good or like that, right?
Right there,
Yeah.
I think is good. And then I'm just gonna put a chest right next to it with the XP sword, so when we do swap it out.
Okay. I'm also gonna put the experience holder in there too. Then.
Okay.
So I just need a cable and an importer. There's some cables and an importer. Did you set up an autocraft for an extended import bus, or was that me?
That had to have been you,
Okay, cool.
because you showed me how to do it, but I don't remember how. And then while I'm at it, negative 332 should be this one, yeah? No. This one. Yeah. Oh my god. I apologize.
You're good.
Holy,
just
did I not turn it off?
I can't tell.
I didn't.
Why is it doing this? It wasn't like this before, was it?
No. Dude, holy shit.
Okay, I gotta go take Nick to work, so
Okay.
shut this shit off.
I'm trying.
Alright, I'll be back.
All right. Wow. Yeah, I think that was our problem. Anyways. Wait, wrong gadget.
is going to be more of a tutorial. There's something called observables, which I keybinded to my one mouse button. If we go to controls, oh, I found it. So it is under observable. So pretty much you set this keybind, show profiler screen, and then you click that button, and then you can check these settings. None of them really matter, but also profile sampler. You can actually run this thing, and I would recommend probably above 30 seconds, and it will pretty much detect all the blocks that are causing lag. So I'll wait for it to load. There we go. And now you pretty much, or don't worry, anything that goes into the thousands or tens of thousands. So I'll probably edit this if it opens. Graded tunnels and sophisticated. So, horrible graph on the bottom right. It's so many spikes.
It's so much better. One P brain and a Megamind? Yeah, right.
Dude, activate your affiliation so I can subscribe Wing.
I'll be honest with you, I don't even know how to do that.
Oh,
I thought I did.
maybe you lost it. And on God, it's one P brain and a Megamind.
Huh?
I said on God, it's one P brain and a Megamind, and
I don't even know where to activate affiliation.
it's a whole process because you would have gotten an email saying that you're old, and then you would have to like go through the email.
I remember I got an email saying like I can be an affiliate, but I just like didn't bother. Cause that was when I was streaming fucking Dungeon Defenders and I was actually getting viewers.
Yeah.
Also, this shit is so obnoxious.
It's because you're trying to like do it too like formal.
Well, cause like I did like spam clicking with these ones and I'm not the biggest fan on how they turned out. This one, like I actually took the time and like this looks amazing. I think this looks amazing.
I mean, it looks okay, but it's meant to be random.
Cause like my problem, you can see it, like they all just are on the same levels. They're sometimes double stacked. Like look at this. Triple stacked.
Oh yeah, that's just a skill issue.
You want to do this?
Nope. I already did that.
So I'm just trying to like make sure I'm breaking it up.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I think what caused that such bad lag spike, none of the XP orbs were picking up. Because I went to go inside and go pick it up, and I got 49 levels, and I had to distribute some of it to you because it was taking so long to pick up.
Why would that be the case, though?
Because that's a lot of particles to render in, even though it's just XP
No,
orbs.
like, why would that be the case as to why they weren't getting picked up?
You know, that's a good question, actually. I mean, we can try it again. Oh, I should probably.
I mean, it's picking them up now.
Very slowly. Like, look at how I turned that on for like 2 seconds, and you see all those
I
orbs
wonder
right
if
there
there's
on
a
that.
faster way.
You can't pull out of this XP tank, can you? The XP,
with the
the experience holder. Because it seems like the experience holder picks it up pretty fast because you can actually change like the tick at which it grabs.
Maybe? Oh. Oh, wait, what am I doing?
I mean, it's going down.
It picks up a different XP fluid.
Wait, what?
It picks up a different XP fluid.
Oh,
Oh, we used all the XP fluid.
with what?
The fucking tier 4s. They use 4 buckets each.
God damn. So are we trying to get XP fluid or fluid XP?
I think they're both the same thing. What the fuck?
The area is,
Dude. God.
god damn. Yeah, it is for sure the XP.
Would you mind if my mom in?
What the fuck, man?
Say no.
That's 6 people. How are we gonna take 6 people?
Who the fuck's the sixth person?
Oh. I guess that's fine.
Okay. I have it positioned to pick up. I'm going to turn it on one more time. So if it lags, just know why. Yeah, it's fine now.
Turn that off. Turn that off. Turn it off. Turn it off. Turn it off.
I turned it off.
Fuck off. Not you. I didn't have a fluid drawer set up. It's still fucking collecting. I don't even know if this is something, like, I think it's just gonna import faster than I can click.
Do you need help?
No, I don't know if there's a point. At least until it finishes importing. Still got 16,000 buckets. So maybe, yeah, actually.
Right now?
Yeah.
I got you.
Actually, hold on.
Holding.
There. Wait a second. Okay. We're halfway there.
Oh my god.
Mind you, there was 2,500 buckets in there before we even started.
What are we at? Jesus Christ.
My wrist hurts.
I think my mouse is going out with the clicker. It's either that or like the frames aren't registering my clicks. Cause I'm going fucking ham. Are we good?
No, I'm setting up an auto clicker. Does it start with a left click or start with a right?
It starts with the left click.
Oh, that's so much better.
Where are we
Okay.
at?
I don't know, but you're good if you want to stop.
Okay. Thank God. My fingers were hurting.
I could just sit here and hold one button. But to answer your question, we're at 5.5.
Good God. And to think that was only on for what, 5 total seconds?
If that. And it's not even done. Like, I broke the fucking cable.
How many more levels are still in here? 400?
Yeah, I was about to say, I think it said like 13,000 bucks.
Good Lord.
Oh. Where should I get my new tattoo?
Oh, you guys haven't gone yet?
No.
Depends on the flash you pick out. But flash tattoos, I would say either ribcage or thighs personally.
You can't do either of those.
Why?
It's knee to ankle or shoulder to wrist.
Like shops rules?
Yeah.
The fuck? What was it? Knee, ankle, wrist, or what?
It's knee to ankle, shoulder to wrist. So your entire arm and the bottom half.
Back of the your tricep.
You're just listing all the parts, all the fucking places that hurt.
No, that didn't hurt that bad.
My dad has it. Because you're talking about on the inside, right? Like up underneath the armpit.
Right here.
I don't have your stream open.
Oh.
Where? Oh,
Right
like
there.
Literally underneath.
Like, yeah, like right above the elbow. On the inside.
That's got to be so uncomfortable, though. No.
Upper forearm. It will be. You can do the other wrist.
Well, the other wrist I have my watch on all the time.
Oh.
I guess I could.
Kneecap.
Definitely not doing the kneecap. No, fuck you.
Well, no, because it's like above the kneecap I can get behind, but below I think would look stupid.
As a flash, like yeah.
Yeah. Ankle.
Because I was thinking about calf, but
Yeah, side of the calf, like the outside, not the inside. That's pretty much it.
I don't hate the idea of my like upper forearm. Because you're talking about like right below your.
Like right in between the little like indent of like the inside.
Oh, like actually on that.
Yeah,
Fuck that. I was thinking right below it.
that works too.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I actually don't hate that idea.
When are you guys going? Because it's
when-
late.
Yeah, they're doing it till 2 a.m.
Oh shit.
It's Vegas, baby.
Must be fucking nice.
You can still make it out here on time.
With how heavy my eyes are, I would fucking crash.
Good.
And not like
Hopefully into
fall
a
asleep
bus.
crash.
Good. Hopefully into a bus. No, we're going at 10 because we're taking Ashley's little brother who just passed his driving test. We're taking him to get his first tattoo.
Hey.
Ashley said stop being a bitch.
All right.
She said she'll buy you a Red Bull.
He's
Tempting.
all
He goes, tempting.
I can never pass up on a Red Bull.
She said the fucking gas and free tattoo wasn't tempting.
Yeah.
So what's on the table right now? Your gas, a free Red Bull, and a free tattoo. Dude, what flavor is that? That's such a pretty color.
Mine?
Mm-hmm.
Pink and blue.
Dude, my shop doesn't have any pink and blue.
Dude, it's so good.
Yeah, I know. I really like pink and blue, but they just don't have like anything right now. They're so low on stock. Because apparently they said 41. Did they say 41 or 21? 41, right? Crates. I think I'm gonna get mine right here. Same side as the 13.
Are you asking or telling me?
Asking.
I would do same side. I don't like people that like get patchwork on both arms personally.
I'm not getting patchwork. I'll work them into a full sleeve eventually.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying is like getting like small tattoos at a time, but like not committing to one arm.
Oh, right.
Because it's like, since you are committing to a sleeve, like, me personally, I don't see the point on doing the other arm when you haven't even finished the first one.
Right. Because I could do like a full horror sleeve on my right arm.
That would be
and the
fucking
13 would
fire.
incorporate easily into it.
That would be fire.
I think that's what I'm gonna do. A full horror sleeve on my right arm. That's what he's saying. He said that'd be fucking fire. Because it's I'm kind of thinking of like a kind of the portraits, but it would be like all the horror mainstays like in a portrait form.
Is he driving yet?
Oh, he's playing Minecraft. He's getting to do. We're both just doing busy work. I am literally.
We're doing work after work.
Clicker. Yeah, we're doing work after work. I set up an auto clicker so I can right click, left click this fluid to get it out of the system and into this drawer. I'm at 6.8 thousand. I have to do 3,000 more.
Do you like my
And
shirt?
he's changing blocks.
He's stupid. Shadow is weird.
Oh, we didn't even show you the rest of the build. Back up so you can show Ashley.
He doesn't know how to listen.
This is on a delay.
Very cool.
We did the floors.
It's nice.
And then we have our guards out front. Show her the door. She'll think that's cool.
Wow.
Wait for it.
What?
It rebuilds itself.
Wow. That's fancy. You did all that brain work, didn't you?
Brain work, yes, because fucking Taylor has a tiny little pea brain.
All right.
Go show her the garden. Stuff and things.
Bitches. Oh, what the fuck is wrong with it? Jesus.
They're instantly growing and instantly being harvested. She said, did you hear her?
No.
She goes, I don't want to look at his dumb ass.
All right, fine.
You're so fucking dumb.
Much better.
If I was a pea brain, then how come I'm building this shit for you?
Wow.
Look at this.
Good job.
Because it's simple. I had to tell you about the tool that you're using.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck off. I hate you. You made me lose track on what I was doing.
No. I could see. I saw it in his face.
Yeah, he goes, fuck you. No, fuck you. Fuck you. I hate you. Fuck you. You made me lose track what I'm doing. Fuck you. Fucking retard.
I lost track on where I
He
was.
goes, because he was about to say, you pissed me off. And then he goes, I lost track about where I was. That's exactly what he sounds like, too.
On God.
What?
I don't want it. Let go. I'm not very happy with you right now.
Why?
Because you made me mad.
Why?
Because
Because you're
stole
brain
me
dead
a hug.
retard. I'm giving you a hug actively.
You threw a whole fit about it.
Because you're annoying. And your breath stinks. Do not hit me.
I hit you. Ouch. What? And what?
Don't make me get up and beat the shit out of you on stream.
Bye.
I should record a UFC stream where I just beat the dog shit out of Ashley.
Dude, I would pay.
Pay-per-view.
What?
Pay-per-view. It's the main event. Guess what I got to eat? Guess. Del Taco.
Hey. Must be nice.
Shut the fuck up, pussy. Don't. It must be nice me. Do you want to see what I got my dad for Father's Day?
Yeah.
What'd you get your dad for Father's Day?
A gift card to the card store we go to.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn, your card store is big enough to get gift cards?
Apparently. I didn't think they would like do shit like that.
What's it called?
Rizzo's.
Oh no, I've never heard of it. Are you looking?
I didn't know you turned on your camera. Oh, dude, that's fucking sick. I've always wanted a Ridge wallet.
I have a Ridge wallet.
How much are they?
It depends on which one you get. This one was 130.
God damn. For just like a simple black one? How much is that?
A simple black one is like, but I was thinking about getting a new one. So if you want mine,
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm getting a new one though. So this is mine.
What like pattern is that?
Forged carbon.
That's sick. Yeah, that's fucking sick.
I got that for free.
Did you actually? For what?
Just because.
Whose dick did you suck for it?
Nobody's. I swear to God. Do you really want to know?
Yeah.
Well, Kat gave it to me
Oh, okay.
because her ex-boyfriend gave it to her and she didn't want it. I was
Oh.
like, please want it.
I mean, shit, free's free.
On God. I was like, he's not my ex-boyfriend. This is the one that I want, though. They're on sale right now, too.
That's sick.
Right?
Can you get it in like black and gray?
No, it's just like this. Because all these other ones are just the different styles.
Mm.
This is the one that I have currently.
Yeah, that's dope.
There was another one that I want, too. This one.
Yeah, that's sick. What is that supposed to be like a marble finish type?
I don't know. It just says Kintsugi. I don't know what that means.
Whatever that means.
Yeah, but I think it looks cool. There's some cool ones in here, too. These are interesting. They're like key holders.
Huh. Looks like a pocket knife.
That's what I thought too. Some of them do come with a pocket knife. Like this.
Huh.
I liked this one, but I don't know who Travis Matthews is.
Never heard of them.
And then I thought this one was cool as well. But that one's 150.
Damn.
They have, I'm pretty sure they have a Broncos one too.
Okay. That's fire.
Right? It's 119. Yeah, that's exactly what I paid. Plus like $10 in taxes. They have like rings and shit too.
Oh. I'm not a big ring guy.
I like this one.
$145. Is that 195? God damn.
195.
Oh, but it's 24 karat.
Like these are wedding brands. Wedding bands. I think is what it said. Like if I click over here, yeah, see wedding rings.
Oh, okay.
My PC's gonna fucking explode. Oh, that's sick. Holy fuck. It's platinum.
Do they have unobtainium?
Wait, why do I fuck with this so hard?
Yeah, that is cool.
They have the Damascus. Burnt titanium. Anyways. God, I love the noise of this bucket just sloshing around. But yeah, anyways, my shop has like no stock because they said 41 crates of geek bars seized at customs.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So they have like nothing right now. I ended up getting dragon orange and strawberry kiwi ice.
Dragon orange? That doesn't sound very good.
Orange dragon. I've gotten this one a few times. I had this one when you seem to like it.
Did I hit it?
Mm-hmm. I think so. You might have been slightly intoxicated though.
Slightly.
Yeah, slightly. Just a little bit.
Am I lagging or did that not register? Yeah, I'm lagging. Am I lagging? Oh, did we run out small deep slate? Yeah, it's because we ran out of blocks.
Also, side note, getting a tattoo made me realize that my pain significantly lower than I thought it was.
Really?
Yeah, that shit hurt like a bitch.
I thought my
I have
friend
a
was
really
just being
bad
a
pain
bitch because
tolerance.
he was curious like how I was able to handle the pain through all my, because he was like there for the majority of my tattoos and I just showed like no emotion. He's like, bro, how does
Yeah,
that not hurt? I'm like, I feel it, but
it all just comes down to each person's individual pain tolerance. Because Ashley was like that first.
oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know.
But that shit
Like to me, it's like a good feeling pain, if that makes sense.
hurt. I do not agree.
Like
That shit made
obviously
my
some
fucking wrist
spots
feel
it's
like
like
it was on
okay, like
fire.
you need to fucking stop, but for the most part, like it was pretty soothing.
No, fuck no. Soothing? That shit
Yeah.
literally felt like my wrist was just sitting in a fucking vat of lava. I'm being dramatic, but it definitely didn't feel good. I don't know what the fuck you're smoking talking about soothing. And the worst part about it is, too, my pain tolerance is terrible, and I want tattoos on the back of my hands.
Ooh, yeah, good luck with that.
I
I
know
heard
that
those
shit
are
hurts.
terrible.
Well, yeah, 'cause it's just straight on the bone,
Yeah.
but they look so good.
They also heal terribly depending on like what you do for work.
I mean, for the most part, my hand just stays in the same way that it should because I just hold a mouse all day at work. But I'm definitely not rushing into a hand tattoo. So, Oh my god, finally.
I'm almost done with the pillars.
Very good, very nice.
All right, buddy.
Very good, very nice. I mean, we should no longer have fluid XP problems.
I'm kind of impressed that we didn't run out when we were crafting it.
We were very close. I'm surprised we didn't. Like, it was almost like we had just enough to make exactly what we needed. Oh, did you see this? I made a black hole.
Yeah, I was checking that out earlier. What is it for this?
What?
Is it for this?
You're invisible.
Oh. Is it for this?
I mean, it's part of the same mod, yeah.
What the fuck?
For these ex-petrified orbs.
Munda bitter dust?
Yeah. That's how I turned all of this stuff into what it is. Like, it activated the multi-block, essentially.
Hmm.
We have 121,000 netherite.
God damn. I'm assuming that's from the seed.
Yeah. Because I'm just auto crafting it all into netherite.
Damn. Oh fuck.
What'd you do?
Nothing too detrimental.
Oh, okay.
Just a nuisance.
Valid. Quantum catcher? Huh.
Oh my god. My eyes are watering.
Because you're a little bitch.
On God. Fuck me. I hate accidentally clicking on the wood. I don't know what settings I changed, but my game is running so much better.
I'm glad I built this somewhere other than like inside. This shit looks sick. Oh, just by the way, this black hole sucks in anything that's near it, so don't drop anything near it.
Okay.
Just figured I'd let you know. It actually sucks from a pretty good distance.
Okay, I think all that's left is the doors or the archways. Did I do this one? No. Of course I didn't.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. It's interesting. I can craft an item that makes it to where any item we combine it onto, it'll never break.
Really?
Yeah, called an Eternal Stella.
Oh.
To make items never lose their dirt or so this is the quest quote. You can use the Eternal Stella with an item and to make items lose their durability. No, wait. I mean lose their need for durability. Basically indestructible items.
That's kind of sick.
Right? Rocky Stone.
Bless you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Fuck you.
When?
You could do it right now.
On God.
Wait. There might be an item that we could maybe possibly catch the Ender Dragon with.
Yeah?
Possibly. I'm gonna try and get it now to see. I have
Fuck.
infinite glass, so I'm just gonna craft 10,000 or infinite sand, so I'm gonna craft 10,000 glass. I stay here.
Go.
Oh really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
You want let me? Do you want me to let him drive home?
Yeah, that's up to you.
Just kidding.
It's your car,
It's our car.
but you're the one that uses it the most.
I don't know. No, it's us. It's me plus Taylor.
Well, if you want to let him, you can, but I don't really care.
Need anything?
No.
You bitch.
Goddamn, cuz. Check it.
Bro, why does that look like fucking the Wally robot?
I
The
can't put it down.
TV?
What the fuck is this good for? I can't even place it.
Rub it. Can it die?
Yeah, it has health. Or wait, I don't know. How do I pick it up? Dude, that's actually sick though. It has crafting, inventory, melting, and you can repair your shit with it. Okay, bro. Dude. He follows me. How do I pick it up though? Oh. I can just break his charging pad and pick him up. Anyways.
So that's what would pick up the inner dragon?
No, no, no. No, I got distracted.
Oh, I was about to say, what the fuck? I'm almost done. Oh my god.
Can you shut the fuck up?
All right, buddy.
God damn it.
Fuck you. I'm trying to make this less agonizing than it already is. Done.
Good job.
God damn. What the fuck?
What's wrong, buddy? You don't like my tool? Bitch ass boy.
Hmm?
You're just jealous. I said you don't like my tool, bitch ass boy? You're just jealous, you stinky little whore. Watch this. Did you stop it? Oh no, it doesn't have power.
Stellarite?
It's for the mod that I'm working on. But this thing is cool. So we can configure it to anything. I have it just configured to the Stellarite right now. But if we configure it to, like, let's see. Now it's doing diamonds.
Oh, what the fuck?
Because I set the config to diamonds. There's apparently 200 in this area.
That's cool.
Right? Wait! Come on.
Where are we going?
Can we do it for ancient debris? Have to be able to, right?
You would think so.
What's it called?
Netherite block.
G ores.
Or no, it's ancient debris.
Right, like that's what it mines, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey!
What the fuck?
Okay. The only shitty part is that you have to pick it up and keep moving. But
There's no like range mod on it that you can put.
No, so you can configure the range, but need to.
But what?
Hey! You can configure the range on it. Hey! Right.
Where the fuck did you go?
Slash home.
Oh,
I don't even remember what I was getting these for.
the stellarite?
Yeah. I know it's used for a bunch of the crafting, but I don't remember exactly. Oh, probably for the tier 4 forge. I might not have enough blood in here. Kill this shit.
It's gonna hit you.
Hey, we got Minotaur spawn eggs. Okay, you can stop.
You want some raw meat?
Yes. I want your raw beef.
I thought I had fire aspect on this. No, I don't. I was wondering why it wasn't giving me cooked meat. Oops.
I got 59 Minotaur spawn eggs. I'm gonna hold on to them. I'll just put them in the storage.
Why is it not letting me put on this book? Can you not put fire aspect on swords anymore?
I don't know. It's probably because you're a bum ass hoe.
All right.
Bum ass little bitch boy
All right.
who sucks men's peepees.
True.
Yeah, I know it's true, dummy. The fuck you thought this was? You think I'm a liar?
Yes.
Well, come over here, you cuck. Bang! Do you hear the sound effects?
That's crazy.
Don't fuck with anything.
So what exactly is happening?
Shut up. Witness greatness. Hey! It's a tier 4. Is Ariel going up? Yes. Like a trash can. I'm just gonna craft it up to a tier 5 right now. We have the stuffs. While I look at the tier 5, can you kill some more? We need more blood. Two dark nether stars. No, that's not specific.
Do you care if I put the X petrified orbs in the terminal? Because I'm gonna
No,
fill this
that's
chest
fine.
up.
I'm gonna put them in there as well. This black hole is looking kind of nice.
Right?
Stellarite block in the middle. I guess it matters which dragon scale you use. And we do need this for the Aldemod star, so
Yeah, I was gonna say what mods do we need to learn for the star? So I have something to
I
do.
mean, all of them? You just find one really. Whoa. Heck. Mmm. Very interesting. We can automate blood.
Huh.
So. Yeah, maybe we don't need to get rid of this one then. Wonder if we still have the stuff for these. Nope. I'll deal with that a later day. Because it's back in the Evil Craft. Automatic Hephaestus Forge. What the fuck? Oh wow. Okay, that's a very pretty multi-block, but fuck me. That's crazy. Soul tree logs? Yo, that's kind of sick.
That is kind of sick.
Oh, thank God. Huh. I actually don't hate that,
Neither do I.
but I need these logs. So these ones I'm cutting down, and the saplings. We need the saplings as well. Or it's just gonna give me all the leaves. Wonder if there's a way to automate the production of logs with the trees without some stupid complicated dual clicker and a block.
Okay. Oh, I can make the spawners even better. Do we have a shit ton of dripstone? No.
Sure, you can craft it with essence. Yeah, you can easily stone and water. So you can craft a shit ton of it.
Huh.
Let's go with you, fun boy. Yeah, I'm talking to you, pussy. Let's go with you, fun boy. Suck my dick, pal. You're weird as fuck. He said something. If you're offering.
Oh, what the fuck? You can make their initial health 20% when they spawn.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Bro, what? Yeah, you're doing it. Oh, fuck. Did I tell you? I don't. Did you meet Chris while you were out here?
No.
I think so. Well, Chris got his license today. I did tell you that, though, right?
Yeah.
Nick still does not have his license. Also, does not even have a fucking permit. What's up, Ashley? What's she gonna talk to me, walk away, and then tell me to get sick? What?
And then the voided out, I think he might need his birth certificate. Because places can't take the voided out ID.
Yo, I mean, that's how it showed me. Is it
No,
considered
like
an ID?
they might not take it. Like we had to have, because it was a whole fucking process with Nick, because he had avoided out, accept it, because it was voided.
That's tattoo shop?
No, for the apartment,
Oh.
because we needed to prove like our
Right,
IDs.
right.
But a lot of places won't take avoided ID. Like I don't. You know, with how fucking far we are in technology, because banks can print debit cards. Yeah, I don't understand. The DMV just likes to make everything as. Chris. I mean, that's fine. We're going that way anyways. Check it, cuz. What are you doing?
Right here. Wake up. He does. Sometimes. Not always. Sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking dishes.
Nick,
It's like he does. He has been. So that's all the dripstone does is reduce their starting health.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, look. Yeah, it's our base. Me and Taylor.
Is it what?
Yeah. All the pillars have all of our stuff in them.
Something that
Yeah, it's our nether portal.
you build the base up.
Huh?
You build the base in that.
No, we don't need to. It farms essences. So there's a mod that like plants produce essence,
Right.
and then we can use these to like craft blocks.
That's
So there's like diamond and emerald ones, but I have those.
all this.
Yeah, all this is in survival. So like we have
Survival.
130,000. Huh? This is survival. Yeah, that's our gear. So
This reminds me of just tech chart.
yeah, we have like in our chest pieces. She in some sort of hurry. Well, we can just wait until she feeds the babies inside. Huh?
Great.
I don't use my phone enough to where it ever dies. I've never had my phone die.
I had mine, like,
What? Yeah. I have my razor blade. I have two razor blades. I have one for in here and then. Do they have any tattoos? Really? Ashley got me this. This is like a multi-tool though. I wouldn't sell it.
it'd be like a multiple that you don't really. Like right after.
It's got.
That's it.
I always forget that I have this.
There's an Integra in it.
It's in the garage. I drive it every day. Why, you want to go see it? Huh?
Have you made any modifications?
No, I do need to fix my door though.
Right.
Well, he wouldn't even teach me stick anyways in that board.
Why wouldn't I?
You don't teach me stick in your inside.
I don't remember saying that.
2 years.
Yeah, maybe 2 years ago, right when I replaced the. That makes sense.
Shit.
Well, now it's burnt anyway, so. Yeah, I need to figure out what's going on with my door. I really do a bunch of body work. My parents said they might wrap it for my birthday. I don't know. But they said they have to have input if. I'm fine with that. What are you doing? Did you upgrade them?
Mm-hmm. I was gonna turn it on for a sec, but you were showing them, so I didn't want to lag the
Oh, no, I
server.
wasn't sure. So,
They're definitely dying a lot faster.
yeah, which is actually making it lag less. Hold on. How much does this drawer hold? Because this shit's making like 30,000 XP every swing damn near. I might have to do another drawer. Oh, it holds 2.1 million. Fine. We have 151,000 buckets. Oh, brother. Also, why did my warden turn?
Yeah, what the fuck? So I'm starting to understand the quest page a little bit better.
What do you mean? You didn't understand it at first?
Well, like I knew what I was looking at, but it's like I'm now realizing that in certain pages there's a literal star on some of the items that are like crucial to crafting the all the mod star. Like I'm
Yeah.
just now finding that out
Where?
right here.
Oh, look at that. Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Cause like where did I first see it? I think it was Mythic Ag. Cause like I saw this, I'm like, oh, creative essence. and I clicked on it and it says creative essence is needed to craft all the mod stars. So I'm like, wait a minute, like there's a star above this. So I started just clicking on everything with the star. I'm like, oh, like this all ties into crafting the star.
Yeah, in all honesty, I didn't even realize that.
So
I
it
think it's
makes
easier
things
to go
easier
with
for
all
me
the
to like
mod stuff.
know what we've done and haven't done. So I might get in. I don't think we've done these. Have we?
Yes, we have.
Have we?
The Wither Builder. Oh, no, but those are like... We've done a huge portion of that mod. Like, I'm sure a lot of those are shit that we could just craft.
Yeah. And then I think you've done this. Well, this isn't relevant actually. Mechanism you're doing right now. See, like this.
I mean, I would say rather than just like focusing on all the mod stuff, just do whatever you think looks fun. If you want me to just keep it a buck, because all the mod stuff will come eventually. You know what I mean? And it's like unless you're trying to just get through it to beat it.
True. You haven't dabbled in this, have you? Pneumatic
No, fuck no.
repressurized? Because this armor looks kind of sick with all these mods.
I haven't. I was interested in it, but then it was like, well, I don't really know if I want to do. So if you want to, feel free. Because a lot of it relies on, and I think we have, yeah, we have the essence for it. 20,000 essence, and it's 8 per 6 ingots.
Craft that right now. Oops.
Thing I'll say is that like the stuff that requires like a different dimension, I would prefer if you waited for me,
Okay.
or like if we did that together. Because I think there's, I mean, we did the Twilight Fort, we did the Bumble Zone. There's some of the Bumble Zone. I fucking hate that dimension now. But it doesn't look like we really need anything for this story or anything. And there's Eternal Starlight. Oh, it's a fusion reactor. What? Fusion reactor can produce up to 200 million RF per tick.
I'm sorry.
Was that like
No, say
you
that
just
again.
didn't listen? The fusion reactor can produce up to 200 million RF per tick.
The fuck?
Our power reactors make 500,000 per tick.
What is this under?
No, they don't even make 500,000. Yeah, they did. It's under mechanism.
You said mechanism?
Reactors. Mechanism reactors. Mechanism reactors. Mechanism reactors. Mechanism reactors.
Oh,
Mechanism
thank you.
reactors. God damn it. This looks like it's gonna be complicated.
I can do this one
Oh, okay.
if that's okay.
Yeah, if you want to go for it.
I need to be.
You should do create.
Huh?
I said you should do create. Except there's not a single thing in create that we
Yeah.
I want you to do create because I had to do it. That's about the only reason.
For what?
I had to do it in my stone block world, and I want you to feel the pain
Yeah.
of getting it to work.
You know what? I'm good. Cause like, is any of this useful to us?
Trains are cool. I don't know.
Okay, hold on. Let me pee real quick.
Try it. Try it. But people ask.
All right, I'm back.
Okay. Are you not doing the Metacraft?
I'll probably do that after
Mm.
because I'm interested in that. That armor looks fucking sick.
Okay. The occultism, I guess. Thing.
Oh, this is the mod with the minigun.
Mm-hmm. And the micro missiles.
Sentry turret.
Up until about 2 weeks ago, Mechanism was one of my least favorite mods in any of the All the Mods packs, and I can sort of make myself little sections for each area that I want to talk about. However, in the overworld, you're going to need to start by looking for 3 very specific things. The 3 things you're going to need in order to start with Mechanism is redstone, copper ingots, and osmium ingots. These are going to be the 3 most important things that we use and is the basis for anything else we're going to do in Mechanism. So to start, gather up some of this material, and we're going to start by getting a stack of redstone and a stack of copper ingots. Now, the first thing we're going to need to make is this metallurgic infuser. And if you're really early game, it does require a power source. So our power source we're going to be using is an iron generator. All we have to do is make some steel, use some redstone to create these basic universal cables, just 2 steel and a redstone to make 8 of them. And we're going to run them from our generator into our metallurgic infuser. Then make sure whatever your power source is generating power and is plugged into your metallurgic infuser, and you'll start seeing some power generate in here. From there, what you're going to want to do to start is add some redstone dust and some copper ingots. You'll hear this start making some noise. It's a very clear machine noise that it makes, but it's going to start processing these copper ingots into infused alloy. Now, I do want to mention that this is different than All the Mods 9. And at the beginning of All the Mods 10 and some of the earlier versions, instead of copper ingots, you use iron here to make this infused alloy. They switched it, now it's copper. So once you have some of these infused alloys built up, you're going to wonder, what do we do with those alloys? The first thing that I always do with the infused alloy that I make, because it's my preference for early game power, is make some of these wind generators. These wind generators are just going to take 3 osmium ingots. One of these infused certainly worth bringing up. Now, before we get into fluid tanks and chemical tanks and jetpacks and digital mine and all of that stuff, let's first talk about how to automate these processes annoyed from all the noise that it's going to make. So those are the upgrades I would put on the actual devices themselves. As a further quality of life upgrade, you can also set up auto crafting for these. So let's take a look at how to do that. we're going to use ME pattern providers, some flux glass cables. In addition, we're going to need the ability to create patterns through a pattern encoding terminal and also some Blake patterns. I recognize you can make a much more advanced ME system than this, but this is what we're starting with because it's basic. Now, if we take a redstone, we can see we're currently at 640 millibuckets. We had a single redstone to that. We're now at 650. So we know that we only have to add one redstone per each one of the copper ingots we add to get these infused alloys. Now, I've had some issues with the auto crafting for this being a little weird, where if you tell it to auto craft, it'll kind of just sit there and not do anything. There's an easy way to work around that, and that's just by using some item pipes. Grab yourself a pipe wrench, and then basically any sort of chest. And all we're going to do is move our pattern provider to here. Still connected into our ME system. Still add the processing pattern to it. But we're going to set a chest right in between the metallurgic infuser and the pattern provider, sort of as a buffer. You'll see that automatically the pattern provider will put all of the resources needed into the chest. If we import directly from the chest, we're actually going to have to use two sides, and we'll have to configure it inside of the metallurgic infuser to also import the extra from the top. So the extra will come in the top, and then import will be on the back.
It's a good thing I already automated all that.
And then finally, we're going to output to the bottom. We take another pipe, we come down the bottom, disconnect it there, and it should output
Yeah, this looks so
directly
scuffed.
back into the
He's
chest.
automating.
After saying that out loud, I realized it would be much easier if we just sent it all back to the pattern provider.
Yeah, I was gonna say
itself.
we already
So that's what we're
like
gonna do.
have
We're
all
gonna
that,
suck
don't
it out
we?
of the metallurgic
Yeah, I
infuser
already
and send
did
it
all the
straight
hard
back to the
work.
pattern provider. Let me clean up this mess a little bit here, and I'll show you how it works.
For that.
So if we were to tell that we're going to need
You,
later
I know
on
you made the
digital
jetpack.
materials, but it can take you a little while to actually get to the digital. The final thing that I really want to go through is the entire process for making antimatter pellets. And the reason I want to walk through the whole process is because if you've ever looked at it before, it is incredibly difficult to set up because you're constantly working backwards. So to make the antimatter pellets, you have to have crystallized antimatter through a chemical crystallizer. In order to get the antimatter, you have to go through the supercritical phase shifter and have polonium. In order to get polonium, you have to run nuclear waste, so on and so forth. This is going to go back a long ways, and there's a lot you have to set up for it. So instead of working backwards, what you and I are going to do is we're going to work forwards. So we're going to start with the things that you actually have to have at the very beginning, and we're going to work our way all.
I am Chosen Architect, and this is all the mods 10 to you. Sounds like a lot, right? Well, today we're going to be able to set up a fusion reactor that can produce up to 80 million Fe per tick off of a actively cooled fusion reactor. Now, I know I'm spatting out some really large words right there, and it may seem in the game we should be able to use, yes, you heard me right, I said just water, and that's really what it's going to use as fuel. However, it does require multiple steps in making this water setup work. So now how do we actually set this thing up? So we are going to need some of our pellets that we've been producing, and this right here is polonium, and then we also have plutonium, all being produced actually set this thing up. So we are going to need some of our pellets that we've been producing, and this right here is polonium, and then we also have plutonium, all being produced from our fission reactor that is burning at a nice solid 150 millibucket burn rate. Or actually, I think now I've upped it to like 160, right? And it seems easily able to handle that, and we're actually maxing out our steam like right at the cap there. Now, of course, that setup is required to make the fusion reactor frame, as we need polonium pellets to be able to actually craft the frame of the fusion reactor. Now, making this thing is honestly not too difficult. We really just need 36 of these fusion.
I think you just suck at the game.
Reactor frames, 26 reactor glass. It looks like we're going to need 2 reactor ports, one for sending in the pre-mixed fuel and also a way to get power out. And then we also need the fusion reactor controller, which needs to go onto the top of the actual machine. And then we
So have
We don't still have a reaction chamber set up, do we?
That reaction chamber? I don't know. It would be on the second floor, like the floor above that.
No. Okay.
we need a laser basic input port. So this is going to be the laser focus matrix, which is what can ignite this. Now, there are other ways that you can ignite this, but I think the laser is the coolest to do things. And then I'm going to go ahead and just place reactor glass. Now, it may seem weird using reactor glass, but you can actually use reactor glass anywhere that you would typically be able to place in a port, for example. So let's go ahead and get our basic shape out. Now, the bottom of this structure kind of looks like this. And then on the outside, we will essentially have our reactor frames. This is the bottom of the reactor, and all of the other sides are also going to look like this. And so that means once we go to the next level, I'm just going to go ahead and place my reactor glass, and then each of these corners are going to kind of have a structure that looks like this, just essentially filling in those corners. Now, this next section is going to be the middle, and I do want the back right here to be the laser input port. We are going to have some lasers that are going to be coming from the roof, and I kind of want those there. And then honestly, on this port down here, I think I'm going to want the fuel going in to the bottom back here next to the laser input port. And that also means that I am going to want a reactor port down here. This is where I want to gather my power. So now this just means I need to fill in the rest with glass along this line. This is going to save on the need for the reactor frames, but also let you see into this thing, as this is a really cool kind of multi-block structure that you really want to be able to see inside. All right, and so we're almost done. We just need to place this in all of the top corners here, and then we need to fill in the rest of the gaps, much like this. And then on the top, well, for the most part, this can be glass as well. We just need to fill in these corners like so. And we're almost done. I say almost because I've already technically messed up. That's because this actually needs to go up one. We need to place just like this, up one more like that. Then we can place the glass in. Perfect. And then fill the corners in. Perfect. And there's only one more thing left to do, and that is directly in the middle here. We need to put our fusion controller. And this will form the multi-block that is the fusion reactor. Now, I honestly wish this was the hardest part, but no, that actually goes to making the DT fuel itself. Now, I do want to throw in some helpful things it talks about here. If you want to go unmixed, so you're going to go ahead and send it the tritium and deuterium, basically like this. You're going to set this to an injection rate of 98, and you're only going to need 49 millibuckets. But keep in mind, this will produce about 15 million or so RF per tick. Now, if you mix it and you give this thing 500 millibuckets of each fuel, basically a bucket of the mixed component, which is DT fuel, then you will be able to get close to 80 million without this being cooled by water, just be air cooled, which in my opinion is quite a lot. Now, the rates at which all of these machines are going to be getting into produce materials is honestly dependent on the pack you're playing. And for example, in this pack, being in all the mods pack, it has been modified. So for example, I don't need like 50 water pumps because they've increased the rate from 10 millibuckets to 50 millibuckets per pump, I guess you could call it. It's really hard to kind of define how all of these variables work. But what I did is I went into a test world, and if you've seen it over on X, or if you've seen it maybe posted here on the community page on YouTube, I went ahead and showed like my process of testing everything out. And I have found sort of the optimal amount of machines that we're going to need in order to get this setup going. So now I am going to need, it does look like about 4 evaporation towers. So I'm going to go ahead and lock these in place. I'm using the cut paste tool to be able to put this in, or sorry, copy paste gadget. And it's going to make this a whole lot easier by using this tool. I recommend locking this in place so that way we can always get more if we run out of blocks. It does look like that filled it all the way in. Perfect. And just to move right on over here, and just using the copy paste tool, man, it just makes things so much easier, like building these giant structures like this, right? So I'm able to just nudge that over, and then simply right click, and now we have an entire room basically filled with the thermal evaporation chambers. Now for this particular setup, it's just going to be water going in, and you're going to notice a pretty common theme here with it just being simply water. So we'll pipe over here, and this whole setup is to simply produce lithium, which we've already produced, but this is going to be producing even more lithium, and quite a bit of lithium actually. And from what I've seen in my testing, it does appear like these dual setups right here to produce lithium kind of max out at 320 millibuckets per tick. And we actually need more than that. We need to get over 500, preferably in the 512 range, which we will be able to do with 2 of these setup. Now from our pre-existing setup over here, I do want to grab a little bit of lithium if I can. I don't know if I can just up and grab a bucket of it. It doesn't appear so. I'll definitely have to place a tank down, then I can use a bucket. So now I have a bucket of liquid lithium. Yum, definitely don't drink this. And then I don't know why my first thought was to drink it, but it definitely was. Anyways, I'm gonna place it in here. So now I can just simply send it through my AE system. It's going to make it a lot easier whenever we go to set up the automation for things down the road. I do, however, need to lock and link, and I've already got the upgrades in there, including a void upgrade. So this has now been added, and it's just going to make the process of getting everything together a bit easier. So now for the fun part, resisting. Wait, hold on a minute. No. Well, I mean, we do need to resist a little bit. So back here, I'm going to place in some power, and we do want to get this heated up. Now I recommend just setting this to like 50K if you can afford it for right now. That's going to allow this to get to max speed very quickly. So 50K each. That's going to really ramp up, but I would set these to about 10,000 after the initial ramp up period. So here we go. So 50K. I know that seems like a lot, but we are, remember, producing like over 1 million right now just from the other generator. So we have a lot of power to technically play with. But yes, setting these back down to 10K after the initial warm up period, once they get to like their max heat, like they already are, probably is a good idea. Now in reality, it would be crazy because these machines would essentially blow up. If like you were dumping a cool liquid into something incredibly hot inside of an enclosed space, yeah. But in this case, they're not going to blow up because this is a video game, right? But anyways, I want to be able to take the lithium that this should be able to produce once we get our cables connected. So I will simply set that. That is going to pull the brine from here. It is going to send the brine into here to be converted into lithium very quickly, by the way. And then I want the lithium to then be sent into my applied energistic system, and then this is going to be all sorted out. So if I search up lithium, We should see the lithium now going up, and we're producing quite a bit of it. Okay, so here's where I kind of struggled with this mod, because it doesn't seem like this rate that you see right here is quite accurate. I have noticed that this definitely changes quite a bit, and it kind of jumps all over the place. But you can see it's like 49.5, which would be right underneath. And whenever I was testing, this number was also a little bit different as well. I don't know. I think this value is supposed to have a decimal point moved over, where it's 499, not 4,000, because I'm almost positive it's not producing 4,000, basically 4 buckets a tick. Like, there's no way. If that was the case, this number would be accelerating way quicker than that. So I would move that decimal point over 1 position, and then that's how much. We're about 5. That is more than enough for this setup. Now, to process the lithium down further, we need to convert it from a liquid to a gaseous state. So to be able to do that, we can use rotary condensators, and rotary condensators output automatically to the left-hand side. So if I place them like this, I can send a cable, just like so, into the back of the machine, and I can just simply use an exporter back here to send our lithium to it. So first, let's place these down, and then I'll just drag my liquid lithium into here, and that should automatically start sending lithium, I do believe, into the system. We do have to switch this over from condensator mode to decondensating mode, and then you can see that's going to kick off. Now, I'm going to have to upgrade these machines, but I'll do that last. Now, something I want to note, you don't have to be worried about this particular reactor exploding, because this reactor does not do that, which is kind of nice, right? So the only one you have to worry about kind of blowing up is your fission reactor. This reactor is kind of safe, so you can kind of test and play around with things as much as you want without the fear of irradiating your entire base. That's one of the nice parts about this particular setup for power. Now, this needs to be fed into these solar neutron activators, and I'm going to place them in a special configuration. And actually, I'm going to move these cables right here. Now, I'm placing this facing this way because the output is automatically on the face, but you can really send this any way you want. And I just actually want to move these rotary condensators. And what I'm going to do is place them in the opposite direction. So the left side is the export here. And I'm just going to send this actually into the top of the machine. That way I can run some cables down the back here and automatically into the back side. And we're going to use tubes for this. So I'm going to place these tubes in the back. And since this is converting into a gas, this will automatically send this out, and the lithium will automatically go into the top. Now, these do need access to the skybox, so we've got to make sure to clear out an area all the way up to the sky. So now, once these machines are upgraded, this is going to be producing well enough of the tritium for us. Already it is producing tritium with the small amount that this is producing, but I think now that we have tritium, we need to go ahead and start making the other thing that is made from water, which is deuterium. So now, typically, to be able to get the sustainable amount of deuterium that we're going to need, we would need 50 water pumps. Now, this is kind of helped in this pack by the rates being changed a little bit for your electric pump. Now, the electric pump, to be able to get heavy water, which is what we're going to use to make deuterium, well, you would basically place the pump down, you would put a filter upgrade in here, and this would basically, like so, I'm going to go ahead and place my reactor glass.
Welcome to Art. There are to be first thing that well, the advanced story for highlighting so what resource the information nests contain a new also wild bees are much like for us. If we click on the must be placed in a swamp biome. Once we place the nest 1200 seconds, it with a cage and bring it back to our home. Once we've made it back to our home, simply shift right click on a beehive and the bee will now begin to of what we are centrifuge, how to get a diamond bee. Please take note that your JEI is your friend. Try left clicking on a bee to see how to breed them, and if that doesn't work, that usually means those bees are generated through nests, just like I did with the slimy bee. In that case, search for the nest that correlates with the bee that you want. So for the first step, let's left click on the diamond bee. It looks like in order to get a diamond bee, we need to breed an ender bee and a lapis bee. So let's start with the ender bee, which in this case, we can't left click on it, which probably means that we need a nest. So let's search nest in JEI and click on a block that should relate to the NB, in which case this is the end stone nest. So if we right click on that and click on information,
There, see, I wasn't large. I should be clear. Hello, everybody. 0.11. Wow. It's some of the things I this. And we need to.
Hello, hello, and welcome back. I tried to make it of this thing can keep up. Actually, it's pretty good. It's pretty good now. So anyway, for nuclear plutonium and constantly running up today. Hyperbox is here. This is basically like a little personal dimension that you can store a lot of stuff in, all inside of this one block. And this is where we're going to keep our wasted radioactive bees, just because these need exposure to radiation in order to actually produce their honeycombs. And we don't want any of that radiation in our main base, so we're going to keep them in here. Now, to actually get the wasted radioactive bees, we need these normal radioactive bees to die to some radiation, and then that will give us a chance at getting those. So we'll have to breed both the iron bee and the cree bee together, neither of which we have, so we may have to get up in the ranks here. I need a way to get power into the hyperbox, and there's no way to do that with just normal cables. So we're going to use something called the flux plug. The flex network that we can set up to have big long cable line, though, we'll need to head down obsidian, at least enough to get one of those anyway. And then once we have one of these blocks, we can make a whole bunch more. Just doing the same thing. Do a whole stack at a time. Now we are able to automate this flux dust, but we need a bee to do it, and it doesn't work with mystical agriculture. So that may be something we want to set up eventually, I'm not sure. With all the redstone we have for now. For power generation, let's just attach it to this energy cell. Make sure our energy cell is set to be able to export that. We'll need to create a single player server. We'll need to go in to connect it, and that should be good for setting it up. Now we'll need to go inside of our hyperbox and set this up on these two. I'll explain what these blocks do in a minute, but if we just attach this to this energy cable and set it to the same network, hopefully it starts receiving some power. Yep, there we go, perfect. And we shouldn't ever have to worry about this ever again. Now we need to get to breeding. We'll need the radioactive bee, which is made by free bee. We just need to give TNT to a normal bee. Now, ever since I transferred over to this new world, I haven't had the same bee setup I did before, so I don't have any of my bees available. But what we can do is there's actually a really cool way of spawning a bee. If we set up a solium... Yeah, there we go, bee cage to catch that guy. Actually, no, I don't. There he is. And we should just need to give this guy some TNT to turn it into a free bee. Creeper bee. We'll catch him with a bee cage. And that should take care of that guy. We shouldn't need any more of those. The next one we'll need is the bee. We can get treats to start spawning. Catch him in a bee cage. Oh, that is not the one we want. We want the ashy mining bee. Get rid of this guy. Try again. Alright, second time's the charm. Ashy. And then from before, we're gonna spawn, and then when he spawns, catch him, and together, out of the way, we're gonna breed together our ashy mining bee and crystalline bee. These guys do need some flowers to be bred together. I forgot to put dirt in this, but together, this should start working here. So once they have some flowers, they can be, though. Oh, it may just have different options. Get a different bee, is that what's happening? A lot faster. Looks like you need some bee cages in here. This is going to produce H to turn this into an adult faster. It looks like we can also make a bee incubator in order to turn this into an adult faster. It looks like we can also make some speed upgrades for that. Oh, and this does need some honey treats in order to incubate it too. And I've just realized I put the adult creepy into the incubator. That's not going to do anything. So now this should turn into an adult iron bee. Now we're going to take this and put it back into the breeding chamber with the creepy. And we want to, actually, we don't want the uranium bee. We want the, not the uranite bee. We want radioactive bee. Yeah, there we go. We are gonna need a couple of these radioactive bees, so I'm gonna let that run for a minute while hyperbox. So I disconnected an ender tank and put it into our hyperbox, and then this will probably need to go into its own radioactive barrel. So let's connect that, and I forgot you have to set this to 2. Now we have nuclear waste in here. We have our radioactive bee, throw that in the incubator, and we're gonna probably need our hazmat suit for this, because we're gonna do something a little dangerous. And once this guy spawns, honk him down. Then if we break this barrel, it should start leaking some radiation into the world, which is going to start killing this bee. Sorry, bud, you're gonna come back in a minute. Hopefully. Okay, update, he did not come back. And I am dying. Oh, just because I can't fall. I'm not wearing my normal. Suit. Okay, we should be fine in here with all the radiation since we have our hazmat suit on, and this shouldn't leak out into the normal world. So basically, all I'm waiting on now is more roses to try breeding these guys together. Yeah, I went out and collected a whole bunch more flowers so that we could do this faster. Okay, I've already got one radioactive bee, and this guy is cooking up. I just have to keep an eye on... Oh, I need more bee cages. There we go. And then hopefully we can get pretty lucky and turn a couple of these guys into wasted radioactive bees. So let's try this again. Let's toss this guy down and he should start dying to the radiation. And then we'll see if he becomes... No. Unlucky. Man, 3 for 3. We are not doing so good here. Man, this guy is still not spawning. I swear I'm like 5 bees in. I think it worked. I think that guy just died. Yes, come here. Let me trap you. Actually, he should be good now. I should just be able to let him go into his beehive here. And he should... Hopefully. Well, I'll just let him do his thing, and hopefully he goes into the beehive eventually. Alright, number 2. Nope. To set this up, we should... Real... In this... There he is. That is made by start spawning. There, Stelline be all our hyperbox. We're gonna move Mr. Creepy this, but after this should start up quite. So we just use that one to be moving. This is going to incubator in order. Oh, and this does need some honey treats in order to incubate it to incubator. That's not gonna do anything. So now this being chamber, the uranium bee. We want. So I'm gonna let that run for a minute while we set up the other part, which is getting some nuclear waste into the hyperbox. So I disconnected these two to stop making plutonium and polonium. So hopefully if we throw down an ender tank, throw some dye on there, this should start putting it into the ender tank. Then we could take that and put it into our hyperbox, and then this will probably need to go into its own radioactive barrel. So let's connect that, and I forgot you have to input this through.
We have all that?
The top. There's some plutonium and here. Oh, here, land in here. I'm gonna move, and then once this guy spawns, one so that we were producing. Also, started an episode and was building this fission reactor that we built for nuclear waste, but this is too complicated. We need a better solution reactor and trying to keep pace with productive bees. Nuclear much easier than the speed of the bit of setup, but what I try setting that up today. This is gonna require a fair bit of setup, but what I've done is I have one of these hyper boxes here. This is basically like a little personal dimension that you can store a lot of stuff in, all inside of this one block. And this is where we're going to keep our wasted radioactive bees, just because these need exposure to flux plug. Though instead. So we'll need 9 pieces in the future, and then we'll need B to do it, and it doesn't work with so flux dust at a time with all the redstone we have for now. So to set this up, we should just need to attach the flux plug to our power generation. Let's just
Hello everyone, or between the little decoration I put around now, and how are we doing over here? 45 millibuckets. It's pretty bad, isn't it? He's done. Now, unfortunately,
Alright, let me make the B real quick. Okay, I'm curious what this 5% like 10. And I'll play with this and see how much I can burn. Heat we do and how much we generate. And that stuff.
I'm Chosen Architect.
Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20 and welcome to episode 51 of Direwolf20's Let's Play of ATM10. Today, we're off to the nether, because I want to try and get some lenses going and some ore mining and all that good stuff. So let's figure out what we got here. So, where's my nether? I'll go to the time-based nether locale. Seems pretty cool. Hey everybody. What's happening, Ghast? I don't want anybody shooting fireballs at me when I'm trying to do stuff here. Look at the size of that gas trophy. Holy cow. Alright, so, this is cool, right? So if we F3G this thing, we should be able to figure out exactly where
And I mean, as our we just oh, definitely don't want it to fill up. Yeah, you see it fills up with the steam. I don't know why if I click dumping it doesn't just dump it. But it'll dump the excess. I don't know. Let's not worry about that. You see, with that running, it does fill this up with
And this is all the mods in. means every 10 episodes, if you're a supporter of Discord, the world down and to check with days of action towards the end, ultimate water, and then we just water and we water back, basically recycling your steam, turning it back into water and sending it back in. But we are going to be utilizing our steam today. Because we have infinite supplies of water and we can infinitely send water to our fission reactor, I say that it's probably going to be best to make it safer by making sure we always have water, and then we just worry about our steam, later. Now, of course, this will all make sense once we get these multi-blocks up, but what I have done is I have finished up all of the rooms. So all of these rooms now exist. You can see them clear as day right here, and I added in the remainder of the rooms over here. So I have plans on this side right here, where I have holes in the floor. I have plans on setting up the fission reactor here, setting up steam turbine right here, and then utilizing these rooms essentially for processing of our different materials, which we're going to have to worry about. And the processing of the different materials is also concerning because you have to be very delicate with everything, because if you place in, for example, a pipe that contains polonium, you're not going to be able to break that without radiating your base. So we have to be very precise with the way we set up everything, and we have to kind of think about everything beforehand. I'm sure at least one of you has made a mistake before in the past and irradiated your base. Of course, if you have, you should comment down below if you have done that in the past. Guarantee there's going to be a handful, if not more. Also, if you've irradiated your base, you should probably click this like button, because I'm going to show you how to not irradiate your base. So now let's get started with the production of a fission reactor. So we have to kind of think about this fission reactor, but we don't have to think about it all that much, because thankfully there's an add-on in here that kind of shows us everything we need to know. If we look at a component that is involved in the fission reactor production, for example, this control rod assembly, and we hit U on it, we can take a look at the building the fusion reactor here with this beautiful add-on, Just Enough Mechanism Multi-Blocks. This is so useful because we can define a certain height, and we can define how much burn rate we are going to potentially give this, and it spits out a ton of information. And this information is really useful if we want to build a turbine, for example, that can cope with the amount of, for example, fissile fuel that we're going to be sending this thing. So we can kind of play with this and figure out what's a good size here. Now, I think ultimately it wouldn't be bad to build a 9x9x18, but let's say I wanted to make this smaller. Let's say I wanted to make this a 7x7x18. Well, you can see that the max burn rate is dramatically changed. For example, I can only go up to 195 millibuckets on the burn rate before it starts to go into critical. And this all tells me that right here. So this is an 18 block tall, 7 height, 7 width. Now the max size you can go is 18x18x18. I want to kind of fit it inside of this area. So going 18 tall is perfectly fine with me, but the width I do have to kind of keep in mind. So 7x7 wouldn't be too bad. Getting up to 195 millibuckets per tick is going to be pretty difficult anyways to get that production, considering whenever we max out our setup that we have going right now, it's really only producing like 156 millibuckets per tick. So honestly, a 7x7 would be fine. If I ever needed to increase a 7x7, example 150, we will then be able to get, but I'm hoping material to do this. Now, I think we're going to be just fine. You can see the maximum water output rate is more than enough. We're going to actually be voiding the water that's output from here, but our flow rate in tick. Materials still am not the best at understanding how these all rates flow together. Because typically I play games to, well, play games, not play Math Simulator. Now, thankfully, I also don't have to calculate how many we're going to need for this whole thing. I set my logic adapter ports, which you're going to want 5 of them. And basically it does all of the math for me. So I'm able to request all of these basically indefinitely here. Oh, this is going to be so nice. So if we go into mechanism, I've already built up the patterns for this, like reactor glass, for example. We're going to need 361 reactor glass to build this. Oh, wait. Do we really need enriched iron for this? Oh, this is a new recipe, I think. I don't ever remember this requiring enriched iron. Huh, which is actually a process of making steel that I didn't set up because, well, we have steel seeds. See, the patterns for it's quite simple. We'll do 8 to 1. This is just like most of the other ones.
So basically, it pulls from these. It's fine. We could actually probably do this one right here. This, yeah, the bees should spawn. We'll either get zombies, yeah, because it's in the dark. I had these skeletal bee out getting the dust because that's what I wanted it to. Is that tin? No, that's iron. It's copper. There's tin. From this then, and medium one. So maybe we do that here because this is getting clogged a little bit, especially because I just put in. Wow, look at all of the raw everything again, like I used to. I have got. Have I got any more? Being pulled out. Oh, should get us some. Did one more. There we go. Ah, yeah. Mouse. Right, there you go. That should be all set up now. Sweet. And now. These in. Say that we got. Now I can just get this. It's pretty good. Get this to go do that. Right, anyway, before we do anything else, I can do this, and then if I grab one of each of the bees, so Vibranium goes this side, and all the Modium goes this side, it gets ourselves some... Oh, because it's on antimatter. Lovely. I think this is still going at 1 million FE per tick. It is indeed. So we just need to wait, basically, go AFK for a bit. There we go. Oh, and turn this back on. Lovely. We managed to get the bees as well over here. We got these bees. We got the radioactive bees, wasted radioactive bees, I should say. Yeah, I feel like we did quite a Omega upgrade. Not that. Although these aren't really doing anything, even though they've got a Omega upgrade. They're not really doing anything, but that's fine. We just have to wait for these this to finish, I guess. 0.03 millibuckets per tick. It's 0.003, flipping heck. Right, anyway, I'm going to call it here. So, thank you for watching. Thanks for joining. Right there, it's generating. How will we... Anything up? I think this one up here. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to go to my old bees area. And in here, what we can do is we just put bees down and then use the polonium on them. Because we might get lucky with a few. You never know. I also need bee cages. Let's get 20. Bee cages, perfect. Right, let's get cracking then. There it is. That was way less. That was 5. Going pretty well. Crafting that much. Good. Anyway, I'm going to try and get the rest of these, obviously, and we're going to get all 20. Over at the... I'm at the point now where I'm just grabbing the polonium pellets as they come. And what my thing over here, so we need to remove the fluorite dust. There we go. Because otherwise it will start using all of the nuclear waste. We don't want that. Right, and now I can use my configurator. Wait, yeah, good. They're all the same. Yeah. There you go. So that is now feeding into these again and making us some more polonium for this to go through. And in fact, you know what we could do? Scram. Because this has got a load of polonium to get through. Need to give it a look now. I am making a bunch of oak. So I'm going to do those like this. And then put a feeding slab in the middle. So we do one of those. Nope, not just lob it in there. Silly. And then we put that one there. And that is where the antimatter will go. What's the thing called? This thing. So we need 4 of the expansion boxes. And we should have Omega upgrades. Omega upgrades. There we go. And I can put 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. So these have all got Omega upgrades in there. They are simulation and block upgrades, so they're perfect. We just need to wait for this antimatter, which is going to take its time, although I could, technically, if I grab... my gate, this one will give us, well, it will use a million amount of power right now. You got right there, but we got a decent amount of power right now. Uranianites, so yeah, it's actually going up with this. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, we can soon enough ignore this. This is actually going up with fissile fuel now, which is quite good. I wonder what the backlog was. I'm pretty sure it was uranium. Although that's going up quite nicely. What about sulfur? Ah, it's the sulfur. Yeah. I'll have a bunch of oxidizers along here, transporters or something like that. It's a lot cleaner. Modular router, obviously, is with all of the upgrades stack. It sends the pipes from anything. This one will give us perfect eager up, and the antimatter will go. Expansion. 1, 2, 3, 4. Got perfect. I may grab this. No, not just.
Take the bees that you're.
It says it's one to in a BK chalk, so we'll also chocolate mining bee, both within find our collect. Move on to the last dragon. This is an easy way to automate draconic bees. For each of the advanced hives, we have a small chance for the bee living inside of the hive to produce new offspring. The productivity upgrade will increase the number of combs a bee produces, allow bees of a certain farther to teleport energy system. The breeding chamber allows out the next to a second to cover is genetics. Genetics another pulls depending on feed watching. If you enjoyed bee that we should talk about special net or need that will go over next side of the hive to produce new offspring. The productivity upgrade will increase the number of combs. the bee produce.
Hello, everyone. Last up, these two is now producing a prismarine. Unfortunately, also 30 because we want these two as our plan. Go in here. I need to put on my gear, obviously. Actually, I did remember that I need to get rid of these. So we're gonna make some nuclear. Didn't have any. This radioactive stacked on honey in here. Or funny thing is, we will probably do this at some point. You just do that a bunch of times. You need a spare to a right. Yeah, beehives or dark oak beehives in our case. Now, wait. That is going in there, and then we are just gonna go. Radioactiveness. You can see it in the air. So that when you break a radioactive. Waste barrel. Thank you. But you're kidding me. I only got one. Out of all of that, I got one. Oh, crap. I need to go turn this off real quick. Yes. Scram. I can even break this and just let more of it out into the atmosphere. So, more radioactive. Oh my goodness. That's quite a bit. Good. We want to make sure. I'm just going to slam and stop making. Thank goodness. But I had to use all. This is ridiculous. And I'm dead. Damn it. Now, can we use these for anything else? Any other breeding? Oh yeah, we can. Okay, so I'm going to keep these two. These two that we've got here, the radioactive bees. We got 3, but it's fine. We'll leave those wasted. Radioactive bee. Oh no, we can keep hold of this in case we need the radioactive bee for some reason. It was actually super useful on the server that we had, the wasted radioactive. So the stuff. Oh, there we go. And wasted radioactive bee. Oh, there we go. Absorbs that, and it makes the wasted radioactive combs. Oh, there we go. and wasted radioactive bee, and it's being bred up. Radioactive bee. So we got one wasted radioactive bee right now. I would love to get like 50 of these. The only thing that I can think of now is the fact that they don't work with the simulation upgrades, which is kind of annoying. So if I haven't explained what the simulation upgrades, what these things do, well, it says it on there. Bees no longer physically exit the hive. A trip to the flower block will instead be simulated. So they literally stay in their hive, and it just cuts lag down by an absolute factor. It's insane how much it cuts the lag down. And I think the gamma is ridiculously good. Yeah, these two have a simulation upgrade built in, meaning that you don't need one of these. But basically what I'm trying to say is, these two won't work, so we have to use the one below this. We have to use these, the beta upgrades, for all of the wasted radioactive bees, unless we change the pollinating block for this. And here we go. So we've got the wasted radioactive bees being created. I've actually got a few already. Wasted radioactive bees. So we've got 3 already, and I want to get like 50 of them because yeah, that's going to be... Anyway, bees. Now, the simulation upgrades, they're absolutely amazing. They cut down on lag by like a ridiculous trip. So I don't think these work. I haven't these for them. Need loads of regular radioactive bees because these ones do produce uranium. So if you wanted to do bees, just get a load of radioactive combs and you get loads of uranium out of it, and then you can use this and you can do like all of the special bit. Fancy have less of the installed for great 50%. Is it a Geiger counter? How do you spell Geiger? Let's get one of these, and then we can kind of see. Okay, that's quite heavy radiation right there, and it's even heavier, and it's less up here. But right here, it's really bad. You can act. Oh, for now we're gonna do it without any wasted radioactive bees. It's gonna be annoying, but that's fine too. So these guys are radioactive. Pull them out of this and put them into a chemical crystallizer, and that get us one. Because once any why, and that's what they did, right? I even put way more radiation in the surroundings, just so they could eat more. Why? Why did we not? Metaternal, so it should at some point. Wait, breeding item is any. Okay, that's fair. Any flower. Sorry, I read that as like that one definitely got some right. I think it like so. I put speed upgrades in here for now because that will just get and these things are amazing. Right, it's been a little while. In fact, I've just used up all of my recordings that I had. and this is the day before this is going to come out. So, yeah, fresh recording, and actually need to take out the distribution module here. We're going to stop distributing on the middle one right there, because we're going to use the middle one for our like a chem, and with the chemical locks, it will do always output. So I actually made that with a wooden pickaxe because I don't want it to be too quick. But that just spat out all of the radiation from.
what is going on? It's kind of this is because without excessive and efficient, fortunately, biggest so we'll plutonium pellets to make the blocks required to pretty much process this. So I know that was a lot, but we do really only have one new machine to solar new. It doesn't necessarily need to have do is really easily right over there. Ethylene is a very that barrels. Like I said, it'll be reduced by a fact spent nuclear waste. By that one, I also have the ultimate pressurized tubes. Now these are a little bit excessive, or really they themselves the solar neutron activator. Then we're going to make the pressurized reaction chamber, and we'll grab out our pump like so, and we'll make 2 radioactive waste barrels. Now, in the end, the radioactive waste barrels are only able to get rid of the radioactive material they hold at 1 millibucket every minute, so almost a negligible amount. When you are doing this, please be extremely careful. Most people will not work with this around their base because of how dangerous it is still, which is going to cause you opening up here to access the bottom of the radioactive waste barrel, which will act sort of as a buffer for us. But we are not going to hook it up and pull out the radioactive waste until we have everything else set up. And the reason being, if you break anything that has radioactive very long processing, very careful activator. Like I said, it does not need to, have direct division to the sun. So even if the sun's over there, this will still count. It just needs the block directly above it. If you want to make sure that nothing, we're going to be working around the solar neutron activator, and this is going to go right here. Now, the reason we are going to put it up one is because we are inputting from the bottom. So the nuclear waste is going to come in the bottom of this, and then the polonium is going to come out the front. So we're going to grab the ultimate pressurized tubes and just come right along here. And like I said, we are not going to go all the way up, but we're going to go just like this. And we're going to wait to connect it up there. Even if we connected it, we need to set it to pull out. It won't automatically output, so we would still be fine. But we're going to bring it down here, input it in the bottom, and then the polonium that gets processed in here just through the solar power is going to come out the front.
Work our way all the way to the antimatter pellets. All right, so please ignore some of the construction that's going on behind here. That's unimportant for this video. What we're going to look at is the entire setup that we're going to need later on. Is this electrolytic separator, and basically what it does is it breaks down water and it turns it into hydrogen and oxygen. Now these are both things that we're going to want to have later on for different things, so we're going to go ahead and set it up right now so I can show you how it works. Now once you have the basic stuff here going, making something like the electrolytic separator is not that difficult. Like, you're going to have the base. We're going to grab one of those, we're going to set it down and hook it into power. And then all we really need to do with this, guys, we need to input water into it. The easiest way to do this, a cool tool I wanted to show you, is the digital miner. Now the digital miner is a little bit more expensive and will take you a little bit longer to use. And the reason I want to walk through the whole process is because if you've ever looked at it before, it is incredible, constantly working backwards. So to make the antimatter pellets, you have to have crystallized antimatter through a chemical crystallizer. In order to get the antimatter, you have to go through the supercritical phase shifter and have polonium. In order to get polonium, you have to run nuclear waste, so on and so forth. This is going to go back a long, what you and I are going to do, and we're going to work our way up here. That's unimportant for this video. What we're going to look at is the entire setup that I have here for creating the antimatter pellets. Eventually we'll get down there to that, but we're going to start here. So the number one thing you're going to have to do is get a ton, and I mean a ton, of sulfur. What I did was I set sulfur up in my mystical agriculture farm. We're growing a lot of it, so that way we have a lot of it to run through this chemical oxidizer. The chemical oxidizer is important item number one. I actually have 3 of these. What it does is it takes the sulfur and it turns it into sulfur dioxide. From there, the sulfur dioxide is sent into this chemical infuser. Now, the chemical infuser also has to have oxygen, which is the second output from the device that we were talking about earlier, where you can use the hydrogen to charge your jetpack. Take the oxygen from that and pump it into this chemical infuser with the sulfur dioxide, and it'll transform it into sulfur trioxide. Now, from there, we're also going to have to combine that sulfur trioxide with some water vapor. So take a rotary condensator, and we're going to use the decondensating setting, and that's a hard word to say, and we're going to take the water and we're going to turn it into water vapor. That will then get put into this chemical infuser, and the
Why
water
is little bro watching a tutorial? Because I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing.
vapor will combine with that sulfur trioxide into sulfuric acid. Feel free to pause this video at any
Jesus
point.
Christ.
The only reason I'm going to go through this entire process is because when I was looking up how to set this up, there was absolutely no guide. Working from step 1 to step 15, I had to go through it manually, going from
Let me see. I'm basically, like, in the gist of it, I'm trying to... I have the radioactive bees, and I'm trying to get a polonium pellet to feed it to get the wasted netherite bee, so we can then produce the honeycombs, because we're trying to make a, what is it called, where is it, this right here, the mechanism reactor. And my brain's just completely fried.
step 15, working all the way backwards until we eventually got to some basic materials. So the goal of this is just to help you so that you see what step 1 is all the way to the finished
So
product.
worse.
So we combine that water vapor with our
Pretty
sulfur
much.
trioxide to get sulfuric acid. That sulfuric acid is then pumped into a chemical dissolution chamber with the addition of our second resource. I also highly recommend automating fluorite, because you're going to need this for several different things. But if you take the fluorite and you combine it with sulfuric acid, you get hydrofluoric acid. You know, fluorite, sulfuric acid, hydrofluoric acid. It makes sense. Then you take a chemical...
So what's the problem? I don't know how to build any of this. Well, okay, let me rephrase that. I don't know where to start. Because, like, from the YouTube videos I've been watching, they're all old. They're saying to build, like, a Fisher compound that, like, just pulls straight nuclear waste or something like that. But it's, like, extremely dangerous because it's, like, you don't want to break anything. So I'm trying to avoid that. And then I just came across this one where it seems like he's just getting a bunch of stuff and he's converting it. I haven't
oxidizer.
got to
You
the
get
end
some
yet.
yellow cake uranium, which is created by using an enriching factory. You take some uranium, which is the third and final basic item we're going to need.
Oh wait,
I
oh,
would
this
highly
fucking
recommend
antimatter.
setting up some automation for. You take the uranium, you put it in.
Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna need a break from this game. Holy. But you need... If you click, can't make... Yeah, but so my problem is like the gist of it. I need nuclear waste, and I'm trying to avoid doing this because it's like I don't want to fuck it up and just have radioactive everywhere. But that seems like that's my only option. But now I need to figure out how to set that up.
I'm also going to need 190.
You have to click the thing on the side. Oops. You see, but the problem is I still need the nuclear waste. And when you click on the nuclear waste, it's all this shit, which I have bookmarked, and I know we have the items to craft it, but it's like I don't want to set this up, if that makes sense. Decide to tell you what recipe. I lost you. I'm sorry. I need a much needed break. Oh my god. I'm gonna lay down for a couple minutes. So I appreciate you trying to help, but my brain is hurting way too much.